Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Minecraft, multi-MC. Hi, Natalie. Hello. Sure everything works. Hello. Hi. Hi, Chaotic. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, everyone. Hello, hello. Perfect. Okay. Cool. Dude, I slept wrong last night. My neck is literally killing me. Oh, fuck. I think notifications barely went out right now. Yeah, they just went out. Alright. Okay. Underscore. All right, cool. Wait, I forgot how to do this. Do that. Do this. Ooh, Go here. One sec, chat. One sec. I'm just doing something real quick. Uno segundo, por favor. All right. Next. Console. Close. All right. I'm live. What's up? Hello. Let me tweet that I'm live now. Go here. Oh, wait, chat. Do you guys actually like go on Twitter? Speedrunning again. Still need help. Hi, Crystal. Hello. I think I might be addicted. Okay. Yeah. Bam. And tweet that out. Copy link. Chat, can you guys go like this, please? Thanks. All right. There we go. Let me full screen this. No, Queen. What the heck is wrong with you, Queen? Queen. No. Queen, please. Queen, please. What's up, Finn Juice? What's up, Natalie? Green Rider, what's up? Hello, everyone. I know. I literally just started streaming. Well, I ended streaming like 5 hours ago. What? Oh. I ended streaming like 5 hours ago and I'm still live. Ain't that crazy? I can't hear anything. I can't hear my Minecraft sounds. Why can't I hear Minecraft sounds? Well, that's not good. Why can't I hear anything? Wait, what? Is it F3C? F3T. Oh, so it was more than 5 hours. No way. No way. Wait, I literally can't hear my Minecraft sounds for some reason. Why can't I hear my Minecraft sounds? I don't like this. Let me relog maybe? Is everything correct? Like, yeah, everything's good. Okay. Welcome back, Jumping Jacks. Sorry, man. Yo, it's like Jumping Jacks. Isn't that crazy? I was streaming like 8 hours ago. Yeah, I'm restarting right now. That's weird. That's my first time it's happened for me. We'll see. I just fell asleep during the stream this morning and I woke up FNAF movie commercial. Oh yes, lovely. Is it what crazy? Me streaming for like, be back-to-back streaming. Oh, there we go. Works now. Dude, I was streaming yesterday at 10 p.m., bruh. And I'm back streaming at 11 a.m. Yo, I love Minecraft. Wait, what? Oh, this is just Purge. And then I remember someone said, or yesterday, Chloe was saying to stand north and Pearl. Okay, let's try to do this like this. Okay. What's up? I am back. Man, do you work out? I go to the gym and I'll get the muscle. Yeah, I do go to the gym. I went yesterday. I'm doing it too early. Ah. I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, I literally went yesterday. I did leg day yesterday. Dude, I wanted to sleep sore. I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can like I don't know. What am I doing wrong? Am I doing it too early? 9-day workout challenge. I'm on a... Okay, well, I'm just screwing it up somehow. What? Bro. Oh, nice. Okay, that was really good. Wait, that was like the best I've had. And that's just me standing next to it, like right here. Okay, wait, I'm getting way better. Okay. Hey, Souls, hello. Honest, I'm proud of you. Thank you, Souls. I started learning Java so I can have Minecraft Edition with just coding. Wait, so you're coding right now? Oops. I just 4-bitted the dragon. That's early. That's too late. Hi, Ellie. Good morning. Hi, Mitch. Hello. Hi, Mr. Woo Woo. Hello. Yeah, everyone's coming in right now. What the? That's too late. Too late. Yeah, Ellie, weren't you yesterday? I swear you were early yesterday too. Huh. Hi, Jocelyn. Hello. What's up, Bandy? Hello, you all right? Dude, I'm great. I'm amazing. Damn. Qndres, you're a really good player. Maybe you should play Minecraft and not this Terraria. Brother, what? I'm trying to lose 15k G 30 pounds in about 3 months. Bro, that's 10 pounds a month. That's like 10.5 pounds a month. That's literally doable. Just do what I'm doing, bro. Just meal prep, go to the gym, walk 10,000 steps, and you're good. What does that say? Symmetry. Okay, let's see if it works. My skills, how could I find code disables of wait. Ooh. And I think that's the doable though. I guess so. What's it called? Kill the dragon with my axe. Okay. That's it. Oh yeah, I see, bro. That's too late. Perfect. Yuck, 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 yuck. Meal prep is such a help. Yep. I'm telling you, meal prep is crazy. Yo, I've been eating rice, chicken, and vegetables, or veggie, bell peppers, I guess, for the last 3 days, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel like really, really satisfied. And at the I don't know, for like dinner, I'll eat like a protein shake or something, or not even a protein shake. I'll just like get a smoothie bowl or something. I don't know. Just honestly, cooking yourself is 10 times better than going out and finding something to eat. My opinion. In my opinion. I just did this one now. Nope. Okay, Bablu. This guy. Like, dude, I hate when my Minecraft lags, bruh. Bablu, when are your PC getting here? Like, dude, I'm picking up lava and putting it down. What nice, dude. Dude. Where delay is 0 even on mobile? I hate towering, bro. Ah. Bruh. That's so slow. What's up, Angel? I'm actually here. No, wait, W. Wait, I'm not really gonna go. I'm not really gonna be going to the gym during my cut though. Yeah, literally. I mean, if you want to cut, just do cardio. But I mean, if you also want to gain muscle at the same time, it's obviously you go to the gym, lift weights. I don't know. I have like a whole plan I'm doing right now. It hurt, dude. It's painful to see your friends eat out and you're like, just behind. But hey, it's honestly, it's for the long run, Bablu, my name's Bablu, and I like Bablu. I love imaginary lavas. Ooh, PB. All right. Yeah, chat, just give me some time. I swear I'll be good at speedrunning. Mother. Wait, actually, that was perfect. Having low sense of hurts. I love Minecraft. Like, what? I'm literally placing it. How have you been doing, Qndres? Yeah, no, I'm pretty good actually. I have been doing really, really well. Thanks for asking. Does it even matter if I put? Yeah, it does matter actually, because I won't be able to put it there. What am I doing? What am I saying, bro? Qndres doesn't work, by the way. I disabled it. I forgot. Wait, what? I'd rather not talk about that on stream. My old laptop broke, so I'm going to get a better budget one. Wait, what's quote unquote budget for you? Might as well just buy a computer, no? Do you game on that laptop? Hi, Maven. What the? Hi, Maven. Hello. How are you, Maven? How? I hear myself. Stop. That's enough. Okay. Hi, Maven. Morning. Okay, bam. Oh my goodness gracious. I forgot to do one more lava. Hey, bro, when are you uploading? Saturday. Well, I'm planning on uploading Saturday. Saturday should be my upload. What about you, Bobbly? When's your upload going? Wait, bro, you haven't even uploaded either, bro. Bro's on me for uploading. Bro's hasn't uploaded either. I deserve to die. Is that the one I'm in? Yeah, no. The one you're in is next week. The one this Saturday is, you know what it is. Bro, Bobbly, you gotta come play, you gotta come play rank, bro. Dude, yesterday, what's his name? He showed me how to find the fortress. Yeah, it was Wreck-Rap. Wreck-Rap the goats. The groats. The groats. Is this the one out here? No, I already messed up. I messed up. Okay. Bruh. Okay. How do I do this? I already fucked up. I gotta put dirt there. It's because my dirt is my... All right. Okay, there we go. Nice gravel. Dude, am I horrible? Wait, Booster, get on. Let's play. Is this the... Nope, wrong way already. Wait. Okay. I know, Booster's so mean, bruh. Come on, bro. I was at Iron 2. Okay, this should be good. This should be good. What am I watching? You're watching Qndres. OG Qndres. The OG of the OGs. You're gonna see how good I am right now. I just found... Wait, hi, Jack. I found one laptop with 12 gen Intel CPU. I don't remember the specific name for. Bro, for only 350. I mean, that's up to you. No, chat. Everyone vote for Penguin. Okay, everyone vote for Penguin. No, vote Penguin. Vote Penguin, bruh. Penguin is meta. Penguin is literally meta. It's literally meta. Bro, Bob was over here telling everyone to upload it. Bro, Pablo, when's your upload, bruh? Posted yesterday. Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, hello. Bro, I heard you're gonna get a beefy computer. Is this true? That was probably the slowest lava port I've ever built. Any food? Hello? Yo, why are you running so far, chicken? Okay, well, the other chicken just ran. Alright, cool. Did the other guy get food? My axe broke. Yo, am I an NPC? Don't answer that. If you answer, I'm banning you, Cap. Like, I just get this. Nice. I need my backseat gamer chat. Pablo, when we meet up back again in VidCon, I'm gonna give you the biggest smooch of your life. What? And bro, why is it 10? That's this way. Dude, you're adopted, bro. No one likes you. Sorry. Not you. Talk about this. Dude! Hit me one more time, I dare you. Okay. What? No. Dome. Bastards over here, right? I'm not tripping. I wasn't just okay. The fortress is right there, so Bastion has to be here too. No. We gotta pray that this guy didn't get food. I mean, I don't think he did. Okay, Bastion's right here. Okay. Wait. Wait, why aren't they coming down? Oh, I hear him. Okay. Oh. Oh, all right. Jack, wanna go golfing sometime? Bro, this guy does not upload videos, bro. I forgot that one piece of gold up here. Wait, where'd it go? Did I pick it up? Did I already get it? Isn't there one piece of gold right here? Wait, bro already got fortress? What? At the string. I got 12 obby. What? Oh, you know what? See, that's why I'm slow at. Bro already got the double chest above. I believe he didn't. No, that one. It's the other one. It goes this way. Oh, this is only one. There's only one? No, it's on here. Auto. Oh, no, that's not the one. Okay, never mind. Wait, what? Was there a chest somewhere? Is there not a double chest somewhere? I swear it's like down here, no? Did they just get this? Oh my fucking god, you smell, you reek. Is he home portaling then or what? He's already blinding. Dude, I don't deserve to be in gold and iron. Oh my god, I'm dead. Wait, I'm dead if I don't kill this guy somehow. Yo, Chris, thanks it's your one. Thank you.
Chris 10 cool 99 live just subscribe.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chris. Chat, can you get W's in chat for Chris? Common Chris L. I mean W. Why did I say common Chris L? Chris, you take W's, no L's. My fault. Bro, you stink. You smell like shit. All right. Hi, Peach. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Hi. Bro's already like blinding, bruh. Okay. Hi, Sanchit. Hello. Am I saying your name right? I'm sorry if I'm not. Just a little behind, that's all. Hi, guy. Hello. Oh, I gotta. All right, cool. Hi, Joker. Hello. Oh, how are you, Joker? How's everyone doing, by the way? How's everyone's Wednesday morning? Or Thursday morning? Or Thursday night? Wow, I don't even know what time for people anymore. Bro, you stink, dude. You are literally... Okay, like, nice, dude. Like, why, bro? Okay, well. That's just useless now. Okay, well, there goes my blaze rod. All right, this guy's shooting at me. Dubs. Okay. I have no food. Nice. Is that a Harvey sub? W Bob Blue. Supporting Harvey. You smell, bro. Oh, you Bob Blue. Talk about this blaze. And of course, I'm not gonna get it because this blaze is a pain in the ass. How did I know? How did I know? Okay. One more I can just dip. Bro, what do you want from me, bro? Bro, fuck off. Dude. He's ready to end. I lost. GG's. The fuck out of this game. Get me the f out of this game. Am I the only unlucky yo, what do I do wrong? Yo. Okay, I don't belong in gold. Why am I placed in gold? Dude, I belong in iron, bro. Iron 1. Jack, what are you saying? Okay, and I get placed with gold. Nice. I belong in iron 1. What's like the horrible rank? Hello, hi. Oh, well. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Hi. Good luck. I'm iron. I can't. My R button is my zoom button, so when I press R, it just zooms in. Coal? I belong to coal. I want to be placed in coal, not in gold, bro. I want to learn how to like actually go up. Then just throw your rank. Wait, forehead, just throw, right? Wait, is that? Wait. Is there a bucket in here? Wait, what? Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, Like what? Arrangements to get 3 iron? No, I don't know. Hashtag Monday motivation. Well, it's not even Monday though, Peach. Hello? You belong in gold because you have a heart of gold. Hashtag wholesome. That's like, oh, dude. That's like an Instagram quote. Just what a great Monday morning. Hashtag Monday. Hashtag motivation. Hashtag just ate cereal. Like, bruh. What the? Oh, okay. Wait, what do you do in this situation that you don't have? Oh no. I got 2 more sub 140 per Peach. What? Wait, what are you guys talking about, Sand shit? What are you Peach talking about? Fill me in here. Wait, huh? Wait, so I get like, what am I supposed to do here? What? How do I build a portal with no gold? Wait, what? You smelt an iron ingot. You said nothing. Bro, wanna change again? Wait, this is bad L seed? Huh? Oh, it's easy entry. Gotcha. Okay. Oh. I'm a bozo head. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't see if there's iron ingots in there. There's not. Where am I going? What? Wait, where? Oh, I just have to get this gold or something? Ow. It hurts just a little bit. Yo. Okay. I gotta go because of class. All right, peace out, Mr. Boo. Good luck with class. Go see Bess. Bro, get in there, bro. Good looks. Oh no, I forgot how to do this. It's tick. Wait, which one is it again? Oh my god, I had it yesterday. Tick, level, titties, fucking titties. Gotcha, thank you. $12, $13, $14, $15. $16, we go down. 2, 3. Dude, I can't. Oh my god. Then we go up. 1, 2. Hi, swine. Whoa. Did I check these already? This way? What? Do it again. Hi, Breaker. Hello. Dude, I hate. What? Bro. Thanks for 200 bits, Breaker. Thank you. Thanks, Breaker. Oh my god, bro, dude. Dude, thanks for. Oh my. Yo. Brother. Thank you for 300 more bits. E. Whoa. Think of it, 300 bits as well. Okay, well. Okay, let's go back down. So 15 is where it appears, right? Am I right? So now we go back down. We go back down to 4. Then we go up 3. 1, 2, 3. Now go up here. Nice, so it's that way. Correct? It appeared this way. Yep, I'm just in lava. Nice. So aren't you proud of me that I'm spiriting? Please say yes. Thank you, Breaker, for the 500 bits. I appreciate it, bro. W Breaker in chat, please. Thanks. Thank you, Breaker. Summertime. I think it's this way. Okay. What? Oh, he probably died. GG's. Okay, I'll take that win. I'll take that win. Yo, dude, is this what this elo is? Is people that quit or what? Why so long at Bastion? Shh. No, we won that. We won that. We won that fair and square. We won that fair and square. What does that blue dot mean? Is that like, what does that mean? Anyone know? Both. Cat, what does that blue dot mean? Shrug? I have a blue dot next to my name and I don't know what it means. I'm gonna resub next stream. Sounds good. Appreciate it. You should speedrun Dawncraft. I have no idea what Dawncraft is. Peace out, Finbreaker. Adios. Oh yeah, I'm hitting 100% every single time, Sanchit. No troll. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. Hi, Rosso. Hello. But how do I make it so like I don't have to like press reset every single time with a new seed? Or does it not work like that? Why am I getting Stone Age? I need wood. See lava right there. Play gravel first. Oh shit. One gravel, nice. You're losing? No, I have one last one. I have one last one, boost for one last one. No, no, no. That's not a PP. There's no way. I don't have one because everyone keeps leaving after I'm about to win. Like yesterday, all my wins I got from people just forfeiting. Hi Faye, hello. Is this no, it's just one bastion. I went that way, but whatever. I hear a hoglin behind me. Oh fuck, gotta have armor. I'm fucked. Am I wrong? The wrong hole? Wait. Just not getting in there, okay. Where'd my food go? Wait, what happened to my food? Did I not have a bunch of bread? Yo, bread, hello? Did I throw it away? Wait, where did I throw it away? Put it in the first chest. Fuck. I'll go back up there right now. So that this only has 4, right? Or not. Wait, I don't have enough Albie. Fine, gotta go. How did I put my bread in my first chest, bro? How did I just shove it in there? Are you sure? Are you lying to me? Oh my god. Huh. Wow, there it is. Bye, swine. Ten, 11, 12, 13, 14. Fuck. Fuck. Dude, this is so annoying having to... Okay. I have a F... what is it called? I have a 60% keyboard, and it doesn't come with F keys. And then my other one that I had, I used to have another, it's called, I used to have, you know, obviously the F buttons, but I kind of sold that keyboard. So, yep. It could have been diagonal, right? One. I mean, it's going to tell me to do it this way. So I see it, I see it, I see it. Hello, Netherlands. Hello. Did you know Mexico plays Germany this month? Or just like friendlies? I can't even, dude. I can't even portal. I got a home portal. Qndres smells. Hi, Dan Jeff. I do smell. I do smell, Dan Jeff. And you do too. Wait, bro just got Bastion? Huh? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Wait, how do I, Senchito, or anyone who knows, how do I, by Natalie, how do I do that one thing with the anchor? If I have 2 anchors, can I use 2? That's 2 bombs, right? Bro, why? Why forfeit, bruh? Dude, let me win, bro. Like, let me get an actual win somehow. Bro. And charge it. Yeah, I know that, but like, how do I like place the anchors in the end? Is what I meant to say. Wait, Dan Jeff, you actually stink, by the way, Dan Jeff. Like, genuinely. Hi, Sailor. Hello, welcome back. So from success, literally. Like, I want to succeed, but people don't just right click it. But isn't there like a certain way that they have to be placed? Example. Okay, I want to use this, so. Like, okay. So it goes here. And then it's like that on the bedrock and one on top of the thing. So this one goes first, right? So you go bam, other side also. What do you mean other side? Oh, so just same. Okay. Like I'll be on both sides. Oh, that's what people do this. And then, or I guess. Oh, okay. So it's 3. So it's like doom, boing, doink, doink, boom, doink. Okay. Okay, I see. Oh no, it messed it up. All right, wish me luck. Some guy named Godbot. Ow, my neck. I stretched it out. Ow. My second one suck. Me too. GLF fetch. I don't know what I just said, but this is a Danger because you smell. Danger, what do you play now? Hi Mary, hello. GG. Danger, everyone in my chat agrees that you smell. Oh, imagine smell, literally. Smelly, smelly boy. You're ready for Midnight Sky. Oh, nice. You're immortal. That's cap. I don't know who you're lying to, bro. You're not immortal. Because I'm radiant. Check my stats. Imagine if it tastes wait, a scent to smell. Oh yeah, you can't say taste because you can't taste a smell. Wait, can you taste? Yeah, you can taste a smell, right? Technically speaking, like actually, like genuinely, you can actually smell something. You can have a sense of taste. Like, never mind. Bro. Lava? Any lavalers? See it. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Sussy. What do I do in the situation? You're waiting for a friend to do Minecraft Manhunt. Easy, just get your friend to do Minecraft Manhunt. Easy. $40. Just beg your friend to come on until he comes on. Right, you're so right. You're so right. Different names are used around the rocket ship. Okay. Right. I don't want to risk it. Bro, can you just get in, please? Hi, Red Crab. How goes speedrunning today? Pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Dude, I learned how to do the portal. It's like I'm learning, you know, but I think it's gonna be pretty easy. Oh no. So how did you get into speedrunning, huh, Red Crab? Because I learned like 2 years ago, 3 years ago when it wasn't really popping. So I know like the, you know, where to get gold from and like all that stuff, the Bastion gold. I know like the basics. Gotcha, Corey vids. Uh, 22 obby. This L string trades though. Could they be over here too? Alright, cool. We didn't get too much. Wasn't the, I'm pretty sure the... What way did we come from? This guy already got Fortress. Did he pro hang? Most, maybe. Actually, no. Over. Ah, I see. Yeah, I also watched, no, actually, you know who got me into speedrunning? Boostford did. We played duo, he forced me to get on duo speedrun one time. Our PB was like 20 minutes, I think. Why? No way. I am gonna cry. I'm not breaking the spawner, bruh. Okay, that would have been my one to go to Nether, to the end. Oh, fuck. What? Okay. That's a just brown particle effect. Fire race particle effect. That's not looking too good. Should I just throw one more just to be safe? 76%, but oh, why does he want to draw? Did he die? Oh my god, my oh, perfect. 100%. Got it. Nice. Don't break. I forgot if it broke. Might have. I think it actually broke. Yo, I don't 3 bed and dude, that's a little bit. Oh my god. That's like 2 of them that's fell already. Yeah, I don't hit that. That's I think that's the plan, just string the library. Two more. Actually, one more. Anchors do more damage than bet. Wait, really? But still, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm gonna do it. All right. -36. 10. It's literally in lava. -36, 210, 210. Literally in the lava. Actually. Oh no. Oh, it's right here. Library? Fuck. I swear I'm usually lucky with this. To be. Nope. Nice, found it. I just need the book room real quick because I'm not gonna be able to 3-bet it. I just know myself. All right, found it. Which is that? That 4? That's 4, right? I'm not gonna be able to 5-bet it either, bro. Let's be honest. That's why I like having a lot of beds. What? From where? Wait, wow, okay. Peace out, Rosso. Right when the dragon is turning left to get better damage. Okay. Oh, right, because it's... Yeah, okay. Right to left. Okay. Oh, he perched, right? I'm not dumb. Wait, what? There you go. Bro, my PB, bro. Oh my god. GG. Oh my god. Okay, 21. Yo, someone copy this, bro. Someone copy this. Oh, I forgot what that was already. Oh my god, I beat someone. No way. I actually beat someone. Oh my god. Whenever a mod comes, or if a mod can change the PB command to that, thank you. For sure, Vio, for sure. How many bets can you confidently do? 7. Oh my god, I got it. Let's go. Oh my god, dude. I think that's like the fastest I've ever beat Minecraft. Wait, I think that is the fastest, low key. Oh my god. That's low key hype. All right, Dan Jeff. Dan Jeff, shouldn't you be playing like Minecraft right now too? Oh my god. Thank you, thank you, thank you, VO. Dude, Swine's gonna be so happy at me. Wait, okay, before I start the next one. So the Ninja Brain Bot, can I like make it so that it refreshes every new seed? How do I make that happen? Or is that just not a thing? We'll go here. There's a warning. Where's that at? Auto, is it auto reset one item for 15 minutes? I think it's that one, right? I think we can do that one. Yeah, because yeah. Usually I'm not gonna be in. Okay. I bet. Reset. GG's. Okay, we go again. Mr. Manbo. That was clean though. Thank you. Hell yeah, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I just got my PB. Ah, let's go. Dude, I'm doing laundry as well right now. Like everything's good. Life is good. Golf. I just missed the L too. All right, cool. Ew, no. I don't want to do the seed anymore. I hate jungles, the living passion. Oh, whatever. It's simple. What? Should I do a restart? Should I restart or no? I want to practice tempo though. I'm just gonna practice this one. Wait, why did the iron go there? Who's I just won my last one. Wait, fuck. What do I even do here? Where's gravel? Dude, I just won one with people not forfeiting, bruh. You didn't see it because you're blind. Other games, yeah, people just forfeited. Hi, Jasmine. Hello. Booster, shouldn't you? Never mind. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not even gonna tell you. You already know what I'm gonna tell you. Wait, no way. This is inside, right? It's definitely like over here. It was inside, pretty much. Is there iron there? Nope. Yeah, bottom of steps. Hello, men. I'm out of here. Oh, that's enough. That's not enough. What? Did the chest you up? Yeah, go back there. Huh? Okay, now what do I do in this situation? Why did I do that? And how the fuck am I gonna do this without blowing the men up? Actually, I can just pray for some iron. Wait, why? Bro? I'm so toxic. I have my Twitch chat. Thank God I have my Twitch chat with me. Hi, Queen. Welcome back. Hello. I need more obby though. Oh, I can just home portal. Wait. Let's go. He already got iron pick, so I gotta go. Start going. Because the home portal was next to the portal. Ah, the nether fortress is next to the portal. How do I get out of this? Oh, and of course it's just these guys just... I need someone to be patient with me. Thank you, Sanch. Hi, Vortex. Hello. It's in here. Wait, what? Is it hidden? Am I just stupid? No, what? Meow? I hear it spawning. For sure, Crystal. Thanks for lurk. Okay, cool. It's right here. Oh, I didn't see another one there. Yo, blaze rods. True. Got 7. Hi, Stuart, Stu. I'm getting it, dude. Spiriting's so fun, bro. But I just don't know how to. I don't know how to sped cycle yet. But I mean, I'm learning. Are you fast? No. I mean, I got a 19 PB just now. Literally the stream. W. Stu, this guy's worse than you. No. Hey. Shh. No, I'm better than Stuart. Shh. Yo. Tell me if you still not 5 a.m. and I'm drunk right now. No, I'm kidding, Stuart. Obviously, you're better than me. You've been playing this for how long? I just got into it. How about you 1v1 me in Valorant if you for 20 bucks? Thoughts? I want to do a Valorant tournament, bro. With a bunch of Minecrafters. That'd be pretty fun. Let me give you some Let's run it. No. You're EU. You smell. You're bad. You're like iron, bruh. Dude, why, Stuart, why do people forfeit, bruh? Bro, I've what? Yo, do express my wins? All of them but one have been all FFs. Why? Bro, I swear to God, like, why do people just FF? I mean, I FF when I like, okay, maybe, I mean, I shouldn't be talking. I also FF like twice. You're EU, yeah, EU, like, GG's. I don't want to go to the gym today. My chest hurts. Your boy FN. I know this. I think I know this person. You still love 5 a.m. when I'm drunk right now. Dude, I love this song. Look. Wait, why does no one go for gold? For that gold, monument gold, whatever it's called. Slower. Trey can also get like doing. Was that like a strat back then or what? Before they found. What should I hear? So hi Chloe, good morning, hello, or afternoon. It's 1:30 afternoon. Chat, what if I told you I was dreaming about speedrunning? Is that weird? I think that's weird. Yo, I must be weird. Also, hi Tasty, I didn't say hi to you. I'm so fake. Bro, it's like I had a dream that I got a crazy PB. Oh no, I think that I. Oh my god. $30. Yeah, I don't know all that. Yo, bridge. It's a bridge. Oh, it's a bridge. Wait, where am I going? I didn't see the bridge. I'm blind. Wait, where do I go? Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. You mean... Wait, how do you instantly just tell that was a bridge? I thought that was the same thing, like a housing again. Then I should just get like the wrong one. Go the wrong way. Come back, Mr. Wu. Thank you, Brock. Oh my god. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you. I will have a lot of luck. I hope. Oh, Dan Jeff, I know you like the song. It should not another one over here. I was like, maybe I can get some more obby. Oh my god. Come on, give me 2 obby more. I can just dip. Bro's already blinding. I'm getting crying obby. Could be a trip or a single. It's single, so it's super buried. Bruh. Okay, so I just gotta wait for 1 more obby. Do you think I get this 1 more obby? Surely, right? Surely I just need 1 obby and you give it to me. Oh my god, no way. No way you're not gonna give me 1 obby. Okay. I learned how to do the thing now, though. That's pretty pog. I just gotta get a better keyboard. And I didn't think about the food situation again. It's fine. True, vortex, true. W, W. Wait, what? Did I see it over there? I think I saw it over there. It's like tilted that way. Unless I'm tripping and I don't see it at all. That's right here. Okay. Please. Okay, this guy already have I Spy, bro. He already has I Spy. Okay. Not sure if the other one. I don't know where the other one's at. Did one explode? It's already in, bro. It broke. Fuck. I didn't see that. This is not looking too good. This is not looking very XQCL of me right now. Won't lie. Orson CD, bro. I'm not cheating, bro. Uzi, you're never gonna change. Oh, I would have been out already, bro, if the one didn't break. And this stupid thing is coming after me. Bro, like, why do you exist in Minecraft? True, low-key. Like right here. I probably should have just... Ah, GG's. No way, bruh. Where did I take... I think I just bottled it back in the Bastion. I take way too long in the Bastion. You're losing to get with FN in his name, bro. Yeah? Is that bad? Surely not, right? It's fine. It's cool. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling. It's fine. No, he's not 12, Danjeff. No. You should have calculated while waiting for trades. Yeah, low key. Low key, you're right. Look, Golf. Wait, Stella. I swear I've seen his name as well. Wait. I swear they've been in Qndres chat. Good luck, HF. Wait, aren't you Stu's friend? Yes. That's a Qndres chatter. I knew it. Are you going to TwitchCon? No. No. Oh, whoops. I'm so sorry. I hope they didn't mean. I hope that. Yeah. Yeah, they're the one with the TwitchCon badge. Maybe. Chad, do I go to TwitchCon and dropkick Stewart? Thoughts? And pick up the iron. Let's chill. Is there no... Wait, I'm gonna die. Okay. Did you not just break wood on the boat? I didn't. I didn't see the pocket hole though, no? Oh. Natalie. Jen. Okay, I fucked it up anyways. Hold up, I got this. I'll fix this up. I'm down. Yeah. Yeah, I'm down. Like, what is that lava? Is it? I was like, ew. That's actually weird. Weird. I probably should get a... Oh my god, I fucked up. Yep, it's... Yeah, I know. I can just enter. $23. Yeah, no. Wait, I think this is. I. Wait, where's the double chest at? Another reset in a bit. It was like, hey, hello. Doing good, bro. Doing good. Doing good. Doing good. I am doing good. Got the home portal again? I'm at the home portal. Alright, I'm home portaling. Home portaling, home portaling. I didn't take the manhunt chest? No, I didn't. Should I go check it real quick for food? Is it the manhunt chest? Oh no, Abby. Nope. There's more gold right there, but I mean. And one chunk. 10, 11, 12. I got down now. 12. I go down to 4, 8. Alright, this way. 0 obby. I got 15. Oh, like, yeah. Hi Garfield, how's it running? Pretty good. I mean, I got into it yesterday and I feel like I'm doing pretty good. I would say I'm doing pretty good. Oh, that didn't work out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find the bastion. Yeah, why am I doing this? I should probably go up here. Wait. Wait, no way. Room portal? Gold carrots? Question mark? Hi, Breaker. Welcome back. Yo, Breaker. Thanks for the 500 bets earlier, bro. I appreciate it. Bye, Vortex. Adios. No, do I just like, what do I do in this situation? I need to get out of here. Do I need to go on surface? W Breaker. W Breaker. You can spam anything you want, brother. E. All right. You know what? It just clicked in. Why are you mad? Holy fucking shit, you scared the fuck out of me. This game is a jump scare game, bro. This game is not Minecraft. Is Fortress hidden? Fortress? We're gonna do some work. For sure. Yeah, Garfield, are you ready for Saturday, bro? You better dominate. There's so much stuff is happening Saturday, bro. The KSI fight Saturday, and then football match is going on. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I don't have bed risk right now. Throw my red mushrooms out. Okay. Spawn already, bro. Bro, my pickaxe is about to break. Yo, what are these Yo. Horrible blaze rates. Apex when, bro? Speedrun when, bro? Get on speedrunning. I did not say Siri, bro. I did not call you. Bro. L nerd, L nerd, L nerd, L nerd. You played rank today, Boostford? What rank are you? I should get 2 more just in case. Come on, come on, come on. Right. Where home portal at? Where did I come from? Where did I go? Where did I come from? Oh, fucking nerves. Is that enough for beds? How many beds is that? That's 5 beds. And anchors? How many anchors I got? I have some anchors. Oh no, they're blinding already. I just don't even know where my home portal's at. Oh no. Oh no. I'm actually not that far. It's over here. Yo, how are you? Yeah, that's crazy. I see it. Could look, could probably be purling, but it's all good. Another resetting. Oh yeah. Oh fuck. No, that one broke. All right. All right. It is this way. I don't want to die to those damn things. Hello, Sanwar. Hello. Fuck, I fucked it so bad. I fucked it, I fucked it, I fucked it. Oh no. Clear comms. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. GG's. I failed perch. I failed. My god. I died. Right after you. It's my second day out here. Yeah, I don't have R's. It's actually, that doesn't work, right? You can't exclamation point summon, right? Is that an actual thing? You can't exclamation point summon someone. Ain't no way. Good luck in yo games. I go pee. Chat, one sec. I'm going pee. Hey, can we get a Neo next run? What? A what? I'm gonna go pee. 1v1 me? Get on then. I see Stu hit next week. I'll hit beat him up. Thank you. Please beat him up for me. Wait, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Beat him up. Drop. Kick him. Please. Don't let him come back. Okay, sorry. One sec. I'm gonna go pee real quick. One sec. BRB. I cannot wait to get back. Yo, hey, what's up? They left after saying GL. Wow. I was basically talking to myself then. Booster, get on, bruh. I'm odd. Here. Join that code right there. Join that code now. Wait. Yeah, my R button is the zoom button. Why is your chat disabled? You're so toxic you have your chat disabled? You're so bad, bro. Yeah, everyone can join. Everyone can join. It's fine. Did you know MCSR means Minecraft speedrunning? Wow. Wait, is this buried treasure? It is. Discord, call me. Wait, Booster, I heard you give some crazy neck massages. Is this true? Did you give me a neck massage? Thoughts? Eyes closed. Meow, 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 meow. Do you love bitches wasted? Okay, okay, okay. Sweat, 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 sweat.
Yo.
What's up?
I need to reset my Minecraft.
What happened?
I need to reset my Minecraft for optimal audio because now you might hear it on my mic.
Oh well.
Okay.
I don't hear anything.
You don't wanna reset?
No, this is good.
Okay.
You think I gotten better, or have I gotten worse?
I think you've gotten worse. You do
What?
know, probably have more knowledge though, but like.
Fuck you.
Did you see that the dragon was perching in the wrong side and you were like betting way
See, I
too
didn't know that.
early?
I didn't know
Like,
that.
what was
Yeah.
that?
Okay, that's why I was saying I know how to do everything else but the perching, bro. The perching sucks.
Perching is the easiest part of a speedrun.
Well, what do you think is the hardest?
Stronghold routing, because if you get a really
No, it's
bad
easy.
stronghold, you're just
I know how to route them. I know how to route them. I know how to route them. I know how to route them.
You literally teleported straight on the room, bro.
I know how to route them. Right, chat? Nice.
You do okay, bro.
You're cheating already. Nice,
Man.
dude.
How am I cheating?
You're already
Did
cheating,
you
bro.
not find the? Did you not find what you needed?
You're cheating already, bro.
Did you not find the shipwreck?
Bro, you're cheating, and I don't want to know.
I'm not cheating. What do you mean? Let me just stream snipe everything that you find, you know, so that I won't need to not find it, you know?
Right. Oh my fucking god. I love dead lavas. Dead. How do you tell when it's fake? It's next to stone or something?
No, you just kind of do. I don't know how to explain what is dead and what is not.
You're dead.
You can just kind of tell. Yes. Dude, I haven't practiced at all.
Bro, Cap, you were
I'm
literally
going
praying on
I'm
stream
going
today.
against you raw, dude. I'm going against you raw.
You're literally
bro.
playing on stream. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, but I'm going against you raw, dude.
Bro.
Yeah, I just... Oh my god, nice. I don't think you're winning this, by the way.
Okay, you go.
How is that ego? I'm just being straightforward with you.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not winning this one. Like I can be nether way earlier than this.
Can you?
Oh yeah.
So how are you looking? Are you in the nether yet?
No, I'm still far behind the nether.
In the nether? So you are in the nether.
No, I'm not in the nether. I'm in the overworld.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
very unfortunate.
Yeah, no.
You'll get it. You'll get it someday.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
We spawn straight on the bastion and the fortress, so you don't have to like travel.
Yeah, I know. I'll get it one day though.
Yeah, you'll get it one day. But if you're actually lying to me and you're far ahead, you know?
I don't think so. Dude, did you get the manhunt chest? I don't know why I asked you if you got the manhunt chest.
Why?
Because you love my manhunts.
What? I don't love
Hey.
manhunts.
I'm sorry, manhunts love you.
Okay. This man, like, we just started playing and you're already trolling, dude?
Well, I'm not trolling, bro. I'm literally
I
sweating.
mean, you kind of are, bro.
What, you think I'm trolling?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. If that makes you sleep better at night, then yeah, I'm trolling.
I feel like you're very, very focused and you're having difficulties talking.
No. No.
This is super nice. I don't have to do any complicated strats because it's just a super straightforward seed. It's really nice.
Motherfucker, did you already trade?
Yeah, it's a housing. I traded super slow as well just for you, dude.
Yeah, slow just for you, dude. Shut up.
Somebody
There's a reason.
salty.
Oh, is this why your chat's muted? Why is your chat muted? Want to care to, you know, get her answer that question?
It stresses me out when somebody's ahead of me, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, I just like to play. I need to get better at mental. Because if I do want to like
Elemental.
compete with the best, you know, and just like be in the tourneys and everything, I need to get used to playing with chat on. But I just don't.
Oh, okay.
Because it's way less mentally exhausting as well. Because I have the option to like rage as well if the chat is on. And that's
Someone in my chat just said, imagine having 24 viewers. Wow. GG, I guess. It's crazy, I know.
Wait,
I guess.
Oh, they don't even stream.
No, they don't even stream.
That person doesn't even stream. That's so sad.
Wait, should I roast them? No, I'm not gonna roast them.
Yeah, you be the bigger person. Be the bigger person.
Yeah, I'm
That's
gonna be the
thing that
bigger
pisses people
person.
off the most.
Yeah. Wait, who are you?
They say, who are you?
Yep, I just two mega lulled him.
He's the guy who was in the booster.
I stream your in Portugal. I stream your mom in Por.
Wait, what?
He just said.
They say that?
Yeah, he just said you're. I don't even know what he tried saying.
Yeah, me either.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess he's probably 12 years old.
Wait, then he shouldn't be on Twitch. What?
Should I get him banned on Twitch?
Yeah, get him banned on Twitch. These rates are crazy.
Which I fucking love you so much.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't have my... Oh, you died? You want to reset? Because I don't have my iBot up.
Yeah, should I just reset? Yeah, right. Because you know.
Yeah, you can forfeit match. You can forfeit match.
No, we can just see changes.
Oh, you're resetting the seed. Okay.
Yeah, because that was L seed, to be honest with you. Booster's greater than
That
Qndres.
was a great seed. That was
That's
an
a shitty
insane
seed.
No, that seed was insane. Dude.
I don't know what you're on
Okay,
about, bro.
I'm gonna go fast now. Okay, is that okay with you?
Bro, I don't care. It's fine.
Okay, let's go. So, what you been up to lately?
Still making a damn thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
Been hard stuck thumbnail.
hard stuck thumbnail? What does that mean?
Yeah, because I am trying to do this thumbnail, and oh my god.
Yeah?
And it's just too hard to even, like, you know, continue. Making thumbnails is hard, bruh.
Yeah? Wait, is it the thumbnail that you showed me?
No, that one's already down. That one's done for. That one's good.
Oh. Is it the one that you showed me, or is it the...
No, it's a different one. I'm trying to do another one, but something else. But it's just like, it's hard. Whatever.
Mm-hmm. You'll get it one day, I believe in you.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I just gotta learn. That's what I've been doing. I've just been like, if I need help, I just Google how to do something, and then boom, just learn how to do it.
Oh, are you using Photoshop?
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, where is this? Did you find Flint yet?
No.
Where the hell do you find Flint? In this biome, where do you even find Flint?
You know a pro hang?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Wait, what's... It's not that beneficial if you're wondering.
Uh oh. Haha. Santa, do you want access 17 so you can add emotes? I know I'm missing a lot. Oh my fucking god.
Hmm? What's up?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing. We're chilling.
Oh, okay. Did you die?
No, this is double equilateral.
Huh? Are you already at the Bastion? No way. You're crazy, bro. See, I can't tell because I don't have the things on. You know?
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. I wonder if you know how to route treasure. Treasure has like my least favorite routing, just because it's so dangerous. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I'm chilling.
How's your Bastion rounding going?
Good actually. I'm already getting at 15. I'll be ready.
Let me check your stream.
All right.
Woo! Okay. Okay, pop off. If you beat me, I'll gift 20 subs.
Yo.
Yep.
So 20 subs on the line right now if I beat you.
Yeah, washed up, not cracked. So if you beat him, you get 20 subs.
Sounds like a deal.
Yeah, it does. Dude, there's no pearls, man. How did you get here? trade's going?
What's what? Trade's good.
My trades are not going so great. Not much strength. Did you see the fort when we were rolling up, by the way?
You said it what?
Did you see the fort when we were rolling up, or?
No, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, you should probably look for that.
Do you do that? Do you pie for that or?
You can't
just find it?
pirate for that with a treasure bastion, because there's a because there's a spawner at the bottom. Remember? That's
Right.
why you need to mine the spawner if you want to pie for that. And if you notice it before you get to the bastion, that's even better.
Gotcha.
I don't remember where I noticed it.
Yeah, the string trades aren't looking too hot, to be honest with you.
The string trades are great. I'm already out, dude.
Are you capping on me right now?
No. Oh, there it is.
Nobody.
Spawn changes this more often. Do you know how to bed bomb?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Learned.
So Rekrab did teach you some stuff. Let's go.
Well, Rec just taught me how to look for the spawn. That's why he taught me.
How to pirate?
Yeah. But he didn't teach me how to pirate in the stronghold.
He didn't teach you preemptive? That's the pirate.
The stronghold, you know, the
Preemptive.
the spawner into the stronghold.
That's called preemptive. That's
Oh,
called
okay.
preemptive.
Yeah, he didn't teach me how to do that.
Yeah, that's pretty useful, but also sometimes it's unreliable, so it's not like the end of the. Did he teach you like the most common routes?
No.
To take in the stronghold.
I'm telling you, he only taught me how to pirate for the fortress. That's it.
Yeah, that's good. It's probably it seems like he taught you just the necessary things, you know.
The necessary thing. I know how to, you know, do everything else, but it was just the fortress that I didn't know how to get to. Yeah. How many rods do you have?
2.
Same.
It's not looking great. Oh, now I have 5.
Oh, dude, I hate doing this because it goes super close to my monitor.
What do you mean?
Throwing pearls. Like bot ninja brain.
Don't you have the zoom in thing?
Yeah, but I'm like, I still gotta go close to my monitor because I can't see.
What do you mean? When you zoom in a lot, you don't really have to. I guess for the sub pixels, true.
Nice.
Surely this opens up and we don't have to mine.
What's up, Salt Sally? Hello. 234. Oh, surely there's an opening to this.
Okay, I hear surely I don't. I think it might be a little bit too low.
I'm a rock star.
There it is.
Fuck.
What?
Nothing.
Just a stronghold. What's down here?
Well, I'd say like I'm a couple seconds behind you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is ass. There's no preemptive reading here. So sad. What is this?
Motherfucker.
What is this? Oh my god, there it is. Yeah, you're never getting this, by the way. Holy shit. If you get this, you're crazy.
I get I'm crazy.
Yeah. I might zero cycle, by the way, just letting you know.
You're weird. I hope I hit it. Did not hit it. Should I throw one more?
What the fuck? I didn't have enough beds for zero cycling, dude.
So now what?
You just have to get into the stronghold and zero cycle, because I'm on one hearth. In the end, you got this, bro.
Dude, stop making me fucking panic.
Yeah, I failed it. You got this.
Fuck you.
Usually I would forfeit in this situation, but I feel like you need the practice, so
I do.
I'll let you do your thing.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I think you
God.
were like a couple of coordinates off, because I heard you saying 234 when it was 242 in the nether.
Yeah, fuck. It's like 100 blocks off.
Yeah, something like that.
No, I'm literally like straight up 100 blocks off. Damn it. Is it ocean exposed? No way, right?
Nah, I don't think so at least. I don't know, I was down, very far down, so.
It is not ocean exposed. You said if I find it, congrats.
No, I meant like I was routing the stronghold. It was just it was just a far room in the stronghold. Like usually it's like between like around on average it's like 5 rooms away, which includes the doorways.
Huh?
And this one was like really bad. I don't want to spoil the fun for you.
I found it already.
The room?
Yep.
No way. Let's go. Let's
Sure.
go. Let's go. You got this.
Why is there a fucking skeleton blowing me?
We're not in the end yet?
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, you got a kind of 0 cycle now, buddy. I'm about to beat the dragon on 1 heart with an axe, buddy. Come on.
No
now.
way.
Come on now, buddy. Come on now, buddy. Like, what is this? Buddy, come on now.
How?
Buddy, come on now.
The dragon fucking sucks and everyone to fucking perch anyways. Dude,
You
fuck
don't know
you.
half bow?
Yeah,
do
but
half bow?
I didn't bring a crossbow or I just went in straight
Yeah,
without.
you need to make sure to loot that, dude. Okay, I need to reset my Minecraft real quick.
Okay, reset it.
Dude, you just got fucked in the ass,
Fuck
dude.
you. Fuck you.
That's crazy.
Fuck you.
You were like so silent as well.
I know, I was tryharding, bro. I was literally
you wanted to beat
tryharding.
me so bad, dude.
Yeah. Fuck you. I hate you.
I'm literally washed. I'm cold. I'm not warmed up, and I don't even hear game audio.
Well, guess what? Well, guess what? I'm bald and I'm balding. Thoughts?
But I still beat you, dude.
Exactly. What's up, Sam? Hello. Andres used to get better.
Give me that code,
I do.
Give me that code. Give me that code. Give me that code. Give me that code.
Just give me time, and I swear to God, I'll be better than Boostfer.
Give me the code. Give me the code. I think you could, if you play enough, like you could probably be better than me. In like 2 years.
Fuck you. Nah. And like, give me like a week. Give me like a week to fucking learn shit, and I'll fucking be better than you. What do you mean?
A week. Okay.
Chat, is a week
all bastion routes, maybe like 2 routes for each bastion, and stables needs like 5 optional routes depending on how it spawns. Then learn 0 cycling, which has like a lot of different variations. You need to learn.
I'm not 0 cycling.
Setups and then mirror them and then learn all the chords for them. Then you need to learn how to do preemptive in the stronghold. You need to do mapless if you want to keep up. You need to do 2x1 magma portal. You need to learn proper cave portals and proper lava portals. Then you need to learn how to efficiently cross trading with pyraying. Then you need to learn how to play render distance altering, to play strays in the fortress, if it's a soul sand fort, and stuff like that, buddy. And don't miss the stronghold. Yeah.
Oh.
That's it. That's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're an
Can
NPC,
you
you
learn
know
all
that?
of that? Can
Are you in already?
Okay. Basic AI NPC learning one cycle. Isn't that your stream title,
Alright.
bro?
All right. Double or nothing. Double or nothing. Double or nothing. 40 subs. 40 subs. 40 subs. I win.
Okay, I'm not doubling or nothing, bro.
Come on.
Relax,
Come
dude.
on. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy.
I'm a pussy. I'm a pussy. I'm a pussy. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch.
Did I have the crazy back day? I mean, the crazy leg day yesterday? My back is hurting.
Oh, here's where the map. Wait. Aw, there's no treasure, bro. Thought I was gonna get to play mapless here.
Fucking try hard.
Hold up. Is there a treasure?
Bro's looking for the treasure. Oh, I know what it is. It's not a treasure. It's a dungeon. Whatever it's called. It's a spawner.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get the spawner?
That's your spawner. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
Seriously? No, I'm being serious. It actually was a spawner, right?
Yeah. No, it wasn't, bro.
No, I can hear a spider spawner. No troll.
Mm-hmm.
Meow, meow, meow. What's up, NRP?
My hands are so cold, bro.
Nothing much here. I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Doing good. Doing good. Where the fuck did I cut down the tree? Hello?
Hmm?
Yo, where's the tree that I cut down?
Not in
Huh?
your inventory if you're asking me, dude. Okay, give me the enter, bro. Like, come on, don't troll me. Give me the enter now. I think that's the enter. Ooh, wait. No way there's a hidden enter here. Oh, that's so troll. You never find... Oh, wait, never mind. That's fake. Dude, if that was the enter, that would have been the most troll thing ever, and you would have never found this. Are you gonna find this enter?
Dolphin. Come on, Dolphin. Hurry up.
I'm gonna do a 2x1. Are you ready?
No.
Shot.
Mother f... 2 seconds. That's what I forgot to do.
Forgot to do what?
Basic Minecraft.
Where is this fort? I mean, this bastion. Is this a really far bastion? Or am I tripping? I think we might have a really far bastion on our hands, bro.
Damn, it's forever.
What in the fuck, dude? This is gonna be hell of a ride. Good luck to you, sir. This is gonna be a fun one.
Why?
Because the bastion is like 10 chunks away at least. It's a far bastion. I think everything is far here. And we have to go through a basal delta. This is gonna be fun. I don't even know if this is gonna be a sub 20. Depends on the
Wait, it's so it's. I knew it was a basalt delta. Yeah, we're my craft table. I think.
Oh! Oh my god, it's there as well. Okay.
this is a shitty seed. Don't want to restart? No, let's just keep going.
No, we don't restart. We play this, bro. This is what I thrive on.
On shitty seeds? All
Yeah,
right.
I love shitty seeds, dude.
How the fuck am I supposed to get?
Then I forfeit instantly. Are you supposed to what? Struggling there, buddy?
Yeah. Fine.
I'm even speed bridging over lava for you.
You're weird.
And we're getting absolutely shafted here.
I must be bridging. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. See it.
Jesus, I almost died. Signals were being weird. Yeah, I died. Seed change.
Yeah, no. Keep going. We keep going. We keep
Hey,
going.
whoa, we seed changed for you, bro. No, I got a seed change.
Okay, bet.
Let's go.
Okay, so double nothing. Nice.
Wait, you weren't even in the nether, bro.
Yeah, it was. What? I'm literally the bastion right now. What?
Wait, the stream is frozen for me? Let me reset.
Probably a little behind.
Yeah, the stream was frozen for me. When did we get a buried treasure seed, bro?
When do we get? All right, sorry, a little late there.
Oh, by the way, don't miss the shipwreck.
What shipwreck?
This is a shipwreck, not a
Oh, not a village. Oh, wait, you're actually being serious.
Yeah. Unless there's a blacksmith in the village. Okay, might have to go back to the village because there's only 4 iron here. As such.
All right, seed chain. This seed sucks.
No, we can play it. Why not?
Yeah, but it's iron golem, bruh. What are we? Was it 2017 or something?
I mean, you don't have to iron golem, but if you want to. Okay. I'm down.
Dude,
No,
like,
it's okay. I wasn't seeing any lava pools anyway. So
like, what even was that? Like, how am I supposed to know where to go to? Like, isn't common
Yeah, but
instinct
that's
just go?
speedrunning. That's speedrunning. That was pretty awful overworld, to be honest.
Okay, here obviously you go to the thing, the blacksmith. These days.
Now let's see what you do with 6 iron, buddy.
We'll see. Oh, this fuck.
Oh, there's another blacksmith.
There's not. Why are you lying?
I'm not. What do you mean? I wouldn't lie to you.
Fuck you. You're saying with the fucking smile on your face, asshole.
Anything is legal here. Don't forget the shipwreck.
Yeah. I won. I mean, versus Booster Bob Blue. This is my first time. Second time. He beat me first time. He sucks though.
With 1 heart, after I failed 0 cycle as well, I just bowed down the dragon. That's how good Andres is. That's
Shut
how
up.
fast his
Kiss me,
speedruns are.
kiss me, kiss me.
Okay.
Yo.
Okay.
Weren't you the guy that moans in his videos?
Okay. Nah, that was too far. I'm going all out now. I'm not.
Yo,
even
chill,
in the
bro.
living room. Nah, you're dying. This is an ass seed, by the way.
What do you mean it's a good seed?
Garbage seed.
Wait, I heard that you're
Better
like
if there was gravel near. What? Yeah.
nothing.
No, you were saying. You were saying.
No, nothing.
No, you were saying. You were saying.
No, I just heard that like
Something?
you're good at like manhunts, is this right?
You're so funny, bro. Are you talking to Bablu, by the way? Or
He's in chat. Yeah, he's in chat. What do you want to say to him? You can
No,
call
I
him
mean,
anything you
are
want.
talking to Bablu about the manhunts? Because I don't.
No, I'm
do
talking to you, buddy.
Wait. Minecraft manhunt, but I'm old.
Oh wait,
Don't
I
forget
did
to
that
check
already.
out my Discord.
Okay, yeah.
Discord link is down in the description below. Wait, that's how Bablu talks. What do you mean?
Don't forget to check out my Discord below. Fuck you.
Let's go. Did you know that Bablu sounds like Dream?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
You said thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. No, you should have. No, this guy's crazy. Wait, Boots, first, so I heard you're coming to a VidCon next year. Is this true?
No.
Okay.
Next
But
year?
you're here less this year, though, huh?
No.
Oh, you weren't here. So you told me to lie to everyone. Now you're saying, okay.
Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, true.
Why did you just DM me saying, fuck you?
I DM'd you and I'm still ahead of you. How crazy is that?
Well, I actually thought you DM'd me. That's the crazy part. I saw you typing with your fingers.
My fingers. What else am I supposed to type it with, dude? Like what?
Your arms.
Did you know that Jack is better than you at?
Shut up. Jack ain't better than me at shit, bruh. Jack
he's better than you
sucks.
at drinking tea. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's about it though. Obviously he drinks tea like every day.
British.
I am British, right? British.
Yeah, what bastion do we have here?
We have the
Tell me,
double
you know the bastion types.
double equilateral.
What does that mean?
I don't know, ask Dev.
Bro, that wasn't even the one who came up with the funny names. It was Kier, dude.
Well ask here.
Thought you knew our history, bro.
I don't give a fuck about your history. Aren't you like yellow? Yo.
Huh?
You're yellow, right? You're yellow color? Yellow?
Bro, are you discriminating me because of color? Did you know that
Okay,
that's the definition of
dude,
racism?
shut up, bro.
Didn't know that you were so racist.
Okay. That's enough, Booster.
Why are you not in the bastion yet?
Bro, I'm literally here. Are you stream sniping me?
You're not here though. Oh my god, I'm about to hunt you down. It's the manhunt.
I don't know. Let's be honest. We already know who's gonna win that one.
Not you.
Oh,
Manhunt
I'd
with viewers. Hello?
It's me.
Yeah, it is you. That's why I said it. Let's go! Rattle him, then beat him. Easy game.
Minecraft Manhunt. But something drops OP loot. Minecraft Manhunt, but copper's OP. I wonder who made that one.
That was actually a pretty successful video, I'm not gonna lie.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who was in that video?
Not you.
You sure?
I actually don't know.
Bro forgot? Who's sure it was me? I was in that video. You bozo head.
Oh, you were? Oh, my bad. Andres was in that video. He clearly wants me to state that.
Yep, I was in the video.
Ooh, crazy trades. Now if I get some string, that'll be nice. Get 0 off of that though.
Booster, you're so cute. You're so fucking cute, and I love you.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah. Not me just saying that while almost dying.
never even seen me IRL though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Should I like the picture that I took of you? I took a picture behind your back when you were looking.
You actually took a picture of my back?
Yep.
I would sell that if I were you.
Wait, you think I should? I mean, you just gave me permission, so I probably should.
I'd sue you, bro.
For what?
Defamation.
The fuck? Do you know what defamation means?
Yes.
We're in a public area, bro. I'm allowed to take pictures of you. Chat, 300 bucks.
That's not what defamation is. Defamation has nothing to do with what I just mentioned.
Oh.
Defamation of character, do you know what that is?
No, but I'll probably sue you for moaning in my ear. Aw?
I have a gap, do you? No, you don't.
You have a gap in your teeth? Is that what you said?
No, I have. Okay. I had my fair share of what are they called?
Cavities?
No, not. I've had cavities too. Everybody's had cavities.
Chat, put a 1 in chat if you've had a cavity.
Braces. I've had my share of braces. I don't have a gap.
Either. I usually just eat my teeth, you know? You ever just do that? You never eaten your own teeth?
No.
Try it. It's pretty good.
Grind your teeth, but eat your own teeth instead. It's a little bit. That's even beyond cannibalism. Cannibalism, actually.
How is that beyond cannibalism?
Because it's not even flesh. Like I don't know what to categorize it as. Honestly, like.
How would I?
It's a little bit
Hi, Butter.
disturbing, if you ask me.
Can you say hi to Butter, Booster? Why is Booster so
say
far
hi
ahead
to
of you?
inanimate objects. I'm sorry.
That's crazy!
Yeah.
But aren't you the same guy that wanted to kiss me in real life?
No!
Stop lying, bro.
Bro, this man living his dreams, dude.
Wait, what did I say when we first met? I'm shy. Say it, say it. What did I say?
I'm sure, dude, you can say it yourself. You're the one who said it.
Oh my piglins.
This is the longest schlong fortress, dude. I love this. That spawner part of the fortress is so small, but it has like one thing that sticks out a lot, and then one spawner thing.
Wake up! It's the first of the month.
Wake up.
You know what song that is?
I don't know what the song is called, but I know that song.
Damn, no string? That's crazy.
Damn, you're still in the bastion. That's crazy, bro.
Wait, actual no string, no?
No, I have string.
How much? I actually.
I just blinded at the shipwreck.
Oh.
Yo, let me get full iron, bro.
Wait. Brother, I got no string.
Sounds like
Stilettos.
I'm not gonna lie. Full iron. Let's go, baby. And
How the
it's raining.
fuck?
No way it's gonna thunder, dude.
Wait, how did you find the fort? Oh, yeah, it's over here. I forgot. Where did that come from? You're a bitch, you're a bitch, you're a bitch. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I swear I saw it back where... Song's a banger. Fuck me.
Yep, exactly.
I knew it's over there. I knew I saw it.
Is it over there though?
It is. I see it.
Like, are you sure about that?
Bob Blue. My name is Bob Blue, and I smell like Bob Blue.
Dude, when is Bablu gonna upload? I miss my favorite YouTube channel uploading then.
Yo. I thought I was your favorite YouTuber.
You're too old to be my favorite, honestly.
Fuck you. You already blinded? It's crazy.
Hmm? Yeah, a long time ago, dude.
Wait, I blinded in a shipwreck.
No way. I also blinded on the shipwreck. We blinded on the same spot. Nice.
How the fuck, Lucifer? You fucking hacker?
Sorry, I'm just too good, bro. What can I say?
Chat booster cheating.
Now I have full iron. Let's go,
Yeah,
baby. Let's go. Oh, I don't have enough beds to 0. So sad. Oh shit. So how you doing, buddy?
Horrible. Want to fucking die in Minecraft.
Yo, don't do that, bro.
Is your sleep schedule fucked?
Hmm?
Is your sleep schedule fucked?
Dude, I don't know what my sleep schedule is at this point.
Yeah, because you're awake at what, 1 in the morning right now?
Yeah.
No,
Wait,
12.
1 in the morning? No, it's midnight. I'll probably go to sleep
Okay,
like-
basically 1 in the morning, pretty much.
My sleep schedule is pretty good.
Right, mine is too.
Yeah. Is it though?
It is, right, chat?
Okay, let me properly halfway here.
Wait, chat, is Booster actually yo, did you get that full iron just to get full iron to go slower for me? Fuck you!
I mean, I did just blind on the shipwreck. I didn't even need to go inside of it, but
I
it
just
had
realized.
iron, so I went inside.
Yeah, I'm looking at my chat right now. I was like, wait, did Booster really just go slow just to help? Bruh.
Dude, I'm just not tryharding right now because it's just not really fun for a long term. Like, I can try hard for a couple of games, but then I just get exhausted. That's why I don't play a lot of games.
Oh.
'Cause I'm insecure if I have low elo, and I can't have high elo if I don't try hard.
But like losing to me would be crazy, right? Because I'm like a noob and like you're like really good.
I wouldn't say I'm really good. I would be really good if I played more. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
My sleep schedule is amazing. I don't know what everyone's talking about.
I just hit one cycle just like you should have.
Wait, you already done?
No,
Oh
you
my
can
God.
Continue. You can continue. Yeah, you can continue.
Suck my cock, bro! Let's go!
Wow. Okay, I will. When and where?
Yo,
When do I start? 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 When do I start?
The kiss from me, I guess, because you lost, because you're ass. Let's go!
You're so fucking shit at this game. It's crazy.
Go again, go again, go again.
Go again, go again, go again.
Go again, go again, go again. This is great practice for me.
For me too.
Please be mapless, be mapless. Have you gotten mapless yet?
No, you I don't
Very
get
treasure?
mapless. No, you don't get it below 1200 elo, someone said.
Actually?
Yep.
That's so stupid. Is this a
What
rune
the
portal angle? I think this is a rune portal angle. I'll let you know if I find it. I don't think I will though. Wait, it's a seashore. Maybe it's a shipwreck.
Shipwreck.
There could be like a rune portal just over
It's shipwreck.
somewhere.
You ain't fall in love with me. I don't like this song. I'm gonna skip it right now.
You know what's a good song?
What?
Proof. That's a good song. my recent ADHD hyperfixation song.
It's a lot of iron.
Not really. Think about it.
How? I thought. Okay.
What?
Nothing.
Thought what?
Nothing.
Oh, there's a spider spawner again. I can hear it.
Hi, Queen. I'm still live, surprisingly.
Yeah, I don't understand how you can mentally manage to play rank for so long. Maybe because you're just playing it casually. Maybe
I am. I don't care about my rank. I'm just trying to get better.
Exactly. Yeah, but like if I was completely new to the game and this was out, I would have probably used this for practice as well. Like I would have been just in the same boat as you. So it's like I would have not cared about my elo at the beginning either. I guess. Maybe I would have been too.
What the fuck is happening?
What?
Okay. Well,
What?
nothing.
I'm gonna say that this is it. I'm gonna
What
commit.
the f? All right.
I want to see what this is. I want to see where this leads me. Ooh, could be potentially it.
What in the f mother of
What?
pearl did I just witness? Nothing.
I just found a crazy, like a little underwater ravine.
Let me know. Let me know what's on your mind.
I don't think you'll find this.
Oh, what's up with you?
Dude, what is this with first time flints when I'm playing with you, dude?
I don't know.
Are you
I
cheating?
guess I'm just lucky. Yeah, I'm cheating.
Oh my god, instant fashion.
Fuck off, you stupid zombie.
Might be in a wall though. No, it's just there, right? Surely it's not in a wall.
Mother trucker. It's truck month.
Oh, we have the pirate. No. I don't see the fortress.
Who's rich truck month?
Truck month?
Yeah.
What is truck month?
What do you mean what truck month is?
Yeah, what's truck month?
Think about it. And then come back to me. Motherfucker, what do you think of truck month means, bruh?
Trunk?
Truck.
Is it about
Truck.
elephants? It's about
No.
elephants?
Truck. T-R-U-C-K.
Nah,
Truck.
You said trunk. You said trunk.
Motherfucker, I said truck. Chow, what did I say?
Trunk, bro.
No.
Please let me out. Don't kill me. What in the fuck?
GG. You died.
No. But Piglin tried to drop on me, bro.
Oh, I see. Oh my god.
Oh, he's still trying to drop on me? How is he still aggro on me? You stupid loser. Okay, awesome. Now I need to bring these guys down here. Surely nobody's gonna get me down here, right?
I'm fucked.
What? By the way, you're doing stables wrong. I could teach you
I know.
later. You're
No,
like
I
not even way-
know I did it wrong. I'm just afraid to die.
No, I mean like you're okay. I don't know which part you agree with me with, but sure. So many pigs.
So do I punch monitor now or do I wait?
Oh, did you die? Did you die?
Do I
You
punch
wanna
monitor? Do I punch monitor now or do I
You have to
reset?
if you want.
Do I push my motor now? Okay.
Nah, you just continue, right?
All right, GG, go next. Yeah,
But,
yeah,
hey,
CG.
if you reset seed, I get a free reset as well now.
Fuck you. Fine.
It's good that you reset. I'm already like probably done with the trades.
Paulo
it's
just
good
sent me a
thing that-
picture of a dog barking.
Who?
Wait, Butter, you just subscribed to S7 TV. Oh, wait. Butter, can you add some... Wait. No. Sand shit. Am I saying your name right? Is it sand shit? Oh, dude, it sounds like I'm saying a bad word.
Sand shit?
No.
Sand shit? Is that what you're saying, bro?
No, motherfucker.
Oh no. There has to be another blacksmith, surely. There's no way. There's no way they were playing pure golem. We're playing pure golem. Are you stupid, bro?
Fuck it, dude.
Okay. I'm down. I mean, you don't
Wait,
know.
Low-key, you gotta come back to America when the Spider movie releases so we can watch it together again.
The new Spider, yeah, I'm actually down for that since we watched it together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it'd be pretty funny.
Up again. Yeah,
yes, dude, we watched at the dude.
Dude, I'm just hoping that movie doesn't disappoint. You know.
It's not. I've heard so many good things about it. Like just like rumors, quote unquote rumors.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still development, but like it's just like who's gonna be in it, stuff like that.
Yeah, but I hope that it's not gonna be like you know how when a movie pops off, they just try to do everything they did in the previous movie, right? They just like what Marvel has been like, why Marvel has become one of the most like a kind of a hated franchise just because their movies are so predictable now. Of what?
You think so?
Because like the conversations and stuff. Yeah.
Turn around.
Golem stars are so slow. Now the important thing is where Flint and Lava are, right? Oh, we don't need a lava pool, true. Stupid.
No, you're not stupid, you're booster.
Okay, shut up.
Wow, one-time Flint again.
Yeah, it's crazy. Maybe it's because you're low elo.
Fuck, geez, I don't think that means anything. One-time Flints?
Maybe. Instant fort again. Is that double bastion, I mean? No way, right?
You get food. I forgot to get food.
Oh, you didn't get the chests?
No.
He went into the nether and forgot to get food. Oh no. Little baby forgot he can't play foodless.
Shut up,
Oh, no.
shut up, shut up.
I'm just trying to encourage you to play foodless so that you die.
Welcome back, Breaker, with another E.
Ankle breaker, let's go.
No, not okay. Oh, yep.
Hey, he breaks ankles.
Your name is Ankle Breaker.
There's
Ankle
a
Breaker now?
fucking Hoglin where I wanted to trade, man. Another Hoglin! Oh! Okay, well, that sucks. Surely good gap here, right? Okay. Like, what do I do here? Oh, food. True. Stuff. Okay, I don't like you.
No, Bobbly, not like the dog. Because I got the dog in me.
You got the what in you?
The dog in me.
You do not got the dog in you, bro.
I do got the dog in me, bruh.
If you had the dog in you, you would have beaten me 3 times in a row now.
Fuck you. That doesn't mean I have the dog. Don't have dog in me.
Yeah, it does. Come on now. You believe that too. Come on now. Like, be honest.
Yeah, of course I believe I got the dog in me. Like what?
No, but like, you don't believe in that. Come on.
I 100% have a dog in me. Chad, I got the dog in me.
I didn't know you were
A furry?
medically diagnosed schizophrenic.
What are you on about?
Well, if you genuinely
I have
see things that
ligma.
aren't there, then you're medically diagnosed.
I got ligma.
Like, you're seeing things that aren't there, though.
I got ligma.
Come on, man.
You want some?
You must be like diagnosed with something, please.
Yeah, with ligma.
Natural. I killed 2 hoglins. Let's go. Holy shit, so many.
With nobody to love. Nobody.
What are you saying?
Does she want to date me?
Huh?
Huh?
Yes. When?
What would be? What's like your ideal day, Booster? What would you do? What's the first thing you'll do?
Sex.
Okay, Booster.
Whose isn't, bro? Whose isn't?
Who's first?
Tell me.
What in the like? What is wrong with you?
Yeah. You're flustered now, huh?
Booster, what is wrong with you? No, dude. If we don't go to Disney on the first date, then I don't know what you're doing, bro.
We're not banging on the first date. I don't know
No,
what we're doing.
Disneyland, bro. Disneyland's fire, bro. First date Disneyland.
Don't be a
crazy
child, bro.
Good. Chad, what?
Have some adult time here.
What? Booster, what? That's a wild statement coming from you.
What's a wild statement?
We're not having sex the first fucking. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird.
Why not? Are you afraid?
I don't know you, bro.
Outperform you?
What do you mean?
Yeah, but like, ideal date is you get to know them enough that you're comfortable enough with
No.
it. That's what I mean.
I mean, actually, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Sometimes you're right.
Damn, Andre's a hoe. Confirmed. Clip that.
Bro,
Clip
I'm
that,
not
clip
a
that,
hoe,
clip
bro.
that, clip that. Clip that. Clip that. Nah, clip that, chat. Clip that. Clip that. Clip that. Clip that. He's a hoe. He's a hoe. He's a hoe.
I ain't a hoe, bro. Booster, I'm literally older than you, bro.
Yeah, sure you are, buddy. Sure.
Bro, what do you mean? Sure I am. You literally call me old all the time.
I died. I'm just joking. You're not older than me.
Bro, I literally am, bro.
Okay, but you're still a hoe. Like, what?
No, I'm not a hoe. You're a hoe.
You literally said you wanted first date, like sex on the first date. You can't have sex until marriage, dumbass.
I did not say that.
I said that.
I go fuck.
Clearly.
I go fuck. Why'd you ask that question, Booster? You're weird. Wait, nice.
Oh, you're weird for. Dude, you're stupid.
Dude. Calm down, XQC. Yeah, if y'all don't know, me and Booster are really sus. Our whole group is sus.
No, I'm not sus.
But, bro, you literally were the beginning of the
They're
sus.
They rub off on me the wrong way, dude. They're
What?
a bad influence.
Booster, you
bad
literally
influence.
put me and Dev in the same video because we're both sussy. Okay, and you started moaning.
No, I didn't though. It was because it was the first time, and both of you were weird as shit and old as shit, dude, and bald as shit.
Is that weird? Me and like Dev just clicked on right away and started being sus to each other.
Yeah,
No.
that's how our whole group kind of did. Except for you and Yellow, you guys hated
No,
each other. At the
I'm not gonna
beginning.
lie. At first,
bad.
I thought Kier hated me. I don't know why, but
Dude,
it was just
I
like
thought you and Yellow would like never be able to work together from the way you guys acted. It was crazy.
Oh.
Yeah.
But then, yeah. But then I caught on that he's Elbozo.
Nah, Yellow just won over your heart. You're in love with him now.
No,
He's like your high school sweetheart, you know.
bro, no.
You hate him at first, but then you're just in love forever.
Yo, where'd that
Won you
fortress
over,
go?
you know? You're not there yet, loser.
I lost the
I mean-
fortress.
You're doing great, Andre.
Fuck you. No hate. But I find Yellow a bit loud. Yeah, everyone does. Don't worry.
That's hate. That's hate. That's hate. That's hate.
No, that's big hate. That's big hate. No.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
Not,
Is
not
every
that
time I
he's
meet someone
known
new,
like oh yeah.
every time I meet someone new in Minecraft, like MCCI or something, you know what the first thing they tell me is?
What?
It's like, oh yeah, aren't you friends with Yellow? I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, why is he so mean to me? I'm like, oh, I don't, bruh. It's been like
Yeah, I think
5
we I think we broke
instances.
Yellow. Yeah, I think we broke Yellow, dude.
Nah, Yellow has an ego. We gave Yellow ego.
You gave Yellow ego. I did nothing.
Bro, you have the biggest ego out of everyone we're talking about. Didn't you DM me one time saying don't message me because I don't have more than
This
50k?
morning, but you still did, dude. Like you fucking.
Bro, what do you mean? I went to sleep, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not ego you. How about you upload?
Okay.
Thoughts?
I'm zero cycling on you.
Rich. Please don't. Are you gonna zero cycle on me?
Yeah, I am.
Please don't. How much hobby did you get? You're sweating now. Nice.
No, I'm kind of struggling here. Actually? Wow, okay.
I'm not sure if this is gonna
I
work.
guess I'm just calling for this. I might miss the stronghold. That's fine.
Meow, 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 meow. Can you meow real quick?
No.
Please?
No.
What would it take for you to meow?
For you to shove a stick over your ass on stream.
Okay. That's it?
Yep. That's it?
And you'll meow?
Nah, this man's such a sellout. Such a sellout.
And you'll meow though, right?
Yes.
I don't know about all that.
I'm zero cycling.
Enabling. Stop. You're not gonna zero cycle. You're gonna fail your zero cycle. You're gonna lose. You're gonna cry. You're gonna go home and cry yourself to
Okay.
sleep.
Hey, watch me. Watch me, bitch!
Enabling. I asked you a question yesterday. You egoed me. L.
I think we might have to dig through a wall as well. That's gonna be fun.
Meow.
These drop rates are kind of ass. I'm not gonna lie.
Your ass.
Huh?
Oh no. Nothing. Oh fuck me. There's a fucking. And what's it called? The wither skeleton here. About to kill me.
I know. I hope you die.
Okay, so let me try this real quick so I can learn. So it's like block above, one here, one there.
The blast resistance of the block above is like cobblestone or stronger. Not obsidian though. That's just gonna ruin everything.
I got it. Nice. Bomb Blue. I love you, Bomb Blue. Bro, I forgot the question. Enabling. Oh, I don't need to block down there.
No shot.
Wait, how much hobby did you get?
I got 20.
How? What? Did you like loot
Oh,
other
no.
chests?
Yeah, I did. I looted
Oh,
every
you know
chest.
what? I know the chest you looted. Fuck up. Tell
I
yo.
am a bit confused because it looks like I have to dig 200 blocks. Fuck.
What's up, Sam? I have not won any yet. No, Blue's just sweating on me.
Not though.
Bro, you literally taking a zero cycle on me.
I need enough materials for that. I usually don't have it. Oh, please. Let me out. Yes.
Hi, bunny. Oi. Ow. Bye-bye. Hi, fans. Bop, 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 bop.
Are you calling him a bot or are you calling yourself a
He's
bot?
calling me a bot.
I mean, that's because you are, dude. Literally is in your title, bro.
Fuck you.
By the way, fans, can you stop your NPC tweets, please? Holy
Yeah. What are those
shit.
NPC tweets? Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Where is the real stuff? Like, my girlfriend died in a car accident, stuff like that,
Okay.
you know?
What?
Sorry, what?
Bro, what did you just say? My girlfriend died in a car accident. Brother, you
That's
good?
the shit I see on Twitter these days. Just tragedy and tragedy.
Oh yeah, why? Yeah, low key though, you're actually right.
Like, bro, what is that? What's up with Twitter?
Like I
Like, I'm
swear
not
I've seen
saying I'd
like
rather see like fans tweets on my timeline, but I kind of want to see NPC tweets instead of all the tragedy.
low key though, like what chat has your Twitter like also been giving like recommendations of like I don't know, like oh
Not even tragedy, just horrible.
I don't know.
Stuff
It's just
that-
yeah, it is horrible shit. It's
And
actually
it's,
weird.
It's not even that. Sometimes it's just pointless. It's just drama. Not even negative stuff.
No, it's not even
all just
drama.
A lot of it's just pointless as well.
It's weird shit, bruh. That's what it is. Hi, Bizarre SMP. Hi, Bizarre SMP. This is a Bizarre SMP. This is what.
This is bizarre SMP, yeah.
This is Bizarre SMP, yeah.
We're on bizarre SMP right now.
Where the fuck?
I'm gonna start an SMP, bro.
Yeah, what's
I'm
it called?
starting, Village
Zero
Farm.
Death SMP. You're not gonna tell anyone what the secret way to die?
Yeah. Have
Nice.
you figured it out yet?
No, but you should probably bring that back.
The server's closed. The server's closed. The server's closed.
So what was the way to? Was there actually a way or no? But honestly.
You'll never know.
Okay, so there's no way because you don't want to tell me.
I wouldn't. If there was a way, I wouldn't tell you.
The what?
If there isn't a way, I wouldn't tell you.
So there is a way, but you don't want to tell me.
If there was a way, I wouldn't tell you.
Stone shovel PvP. I just stone shovel PvP and boost for thoughts. No, you're sad and McDonald's. Open up.
How is this so far? Huh? Open up what?
Nothing. McDonald's. Open up.
How is it this? Nah, am I at a different stronghold? No way.
Bruh. Oh my god. I'm gonna just kick my power outlet.
Okay, that's accurate. How did I miss by that much? That's insane. I think you're gonna win this one. No way, dude. And I got an eye break. Are you serious right now? Might lose. It's unfortunate stuff.
Cannot determine stronghold shot. You probably misread one eye.
Yeah, I was having weird readings as well, dude. I don't know. I think I moved.
I didn't roll my fucking creeper!
No, wait, you got killed by a creeper? You actually got killed by a creeper! Oh my god, please reset seed. I don't want to travel.
No, it's fine. I have my shit back. GG's.
No! You set your spawn?
Yeah, I'm not stupid.
Huh? Who sets their spawn?
Me.
Sleep through the night. Ah, you're weird, you're weird, you're weird, you're weird, you're weird.
Dude.
Wait, I have 6 beds and 2 anchors. I can zero cycle this.
Okay. One eye just broke. I just fucking moved. And both the eyes just broke. Nice.
Exactly. Do you want to continue this or do you want to go next?
Hold on. Found it. Nice. Now this is praise that it's really good. Keep it on that resolution? No. I thought I had 14. Did 3 eyes break, bruh?
Yep.
Really? For you too?
Yep. It's the same eye breaks. So now I'm like, I might be missing an eye. If it's not a one,
Same.
I need a one eye now. I need a one eye.
Same.
Fuck me, dude! And we got so little pearls as well.
I'm not sure about all that.
So sad, so sad, so sad. Watch it be a 12 eye and we're both fucked. No way, no way, no way. This is why I love ranked. So stuff like this, when everything just goes wrong for you, it also goes wrong for your opponent.
That's true.
I'm clearly joking, bro.
Well, that's true. I'll get food right now. I'll get food right now. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I said I don't need food. Fuck, who needs food in Minecraft?
True. Wait, what? I have so much food. I have 64 pork chops. Smells that.
You're lying, bro.
Cooked.
You're lying for no reason.
I mean, not really. I have 8. That's like insane. I'm actually gonna shear some sheep for wool and then get more wood to be even more safe on the 0 cycle. Wait, am I just here? 168. Yeah, it's just here. 68. Here. Yeah, it's just here. It's supposed to be here at least. Hopefully it's correct this time.
Your beat sounds good. Bruh.
Surely it's this. Yes.
Mother f...
I had to travel 1,000 blocks and I still win. That's crazy stuff, dude.
The boost right here, you're going to TwitchCon.
Yeah. I am. I'm about to 0 cycle your ass.
Fuck you. You ain't gonna 0 cycle shit.
Okay, watch me.
Are you
That's
fucking
2 eye,
serious?
let's go!
You're in already. Smells really good outside. But I can't eat anything. I hate being on a diet. Oh my god. No way, it's up here, right? What? Hi, Gracie. Hello. Boost your sweating, boost your sweating, boost your sweating, boost your sweating, boost your sweating. Yo, stop sweating, bro. And dap. Be safe, don't save her. She don't wanna be saved, don't save her. No, world mottos is the right now. Right now. Am I stupid or am I stupid? You give up. I give up. No try, give up. Where the fuck is it at, bruh? No way, bro. I fucking hate Minecraft. All right, whatever. I'm taking my time, bro. Boost is fucking one bed away probably from killing the dragon. Meow, meow, meow. Wendy's. Wendy's nuts are in my mouth. What's wrong with me? Fuck you. Fuck you. I knew you had like one. Fuck you. Boostford, you're muted.
GG's.
Boostford, you're sweating, bro. You literally had your microphone muted and you're literally
Wait, did
sweating.
I? Oh, I was like, my bad. I was talking.
Dude, you're full on. Ah, you're such a sweat, bro.
Get fucking good, my guy. You're so easy to beat. It's crazy, bro.
Wait.
It's insane, dude.
Wait, I have a question though.
Yeah.
How long have you been speedrunning versus me?
I started speedrunning 2 days ago.
Exactly. That's fucking cap. That's fucking cap.
Yeah, I started.
But you
again
have
2
previous
days ago.
knowledge.
Yes.
Correct?
So do you. You play manhunts. You know how to beat the game. That's
I do.
speedrunning.
I do know how to beat the game, but there's a difference.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's not.
Yes, there's a difference. Yes,
What's
there's a
the
difference.
What's the difference?
The difference is that sometimes in life you get apples and you gotta make apple pie, right? So when you think about it, fuck you. You go again. Would you leave?
No, I haven't. No, I'm gonna jump off. It's 1 a.m. almost.
Pussy.
I want to see you lose some I want to see you lose some rank, dude. Some elo.
You want to see me lose elo? That's crazy. You want to know why?
I'm gonna watch from the sidelines, bro.
So you're just a sideline watcher. Why did my Twitter get suspended?
No
Twitter down, chat. That's not.
Nah, not down for me. You're just suspended, bro.
I thought at first I was suspended. I'm not gonna lie.
My dog ate my delivery, man. Why was I tagged?
Wait, what?
He literally generated an AI image. Look, funonline.image, bro. What the fuck
is this, Vanced?
Why the frick did you tag me?
All right. Well,
Something went wrong, but don't fret. Let's give it another shot. Yeah. Twitter banned me too. GG's. Okay, well, thank you for letting me play.
No, thank you for hopping on. All right.
Yeah.
Love you.
If I can beat you faster later.
Love you.
Yeah, peace.
Love you. Love you.
I hate
Stay
you.
back. Wait, did you say I love you too? Chat, did you say I love you too? Let's go. Hope you said I love you too. Now we're gonna have some business. I might just have to, you know.
I said I hate you.
Oh, thank you. Well, okay. Well, I think he said he hates me. Booster, join again if you love me. He's not joining back. He's not joining back. Okay. How long have I been streaming for? Dude, this content, dude, oh my god, 4 hours? It feels like I've only been streaming for like an hour. Jesus. One more time. This is good content. I don't get bored like and I didn't want to hop on MCC right away. This is fun. No, I mean it is fun. All right, next song. All right, enabling. When are you flying out to Vegas, bro? I'm debating, bro. I'm really debating. I'm like 50-50 right now. Like either I just jump on a plane and go, or no. The 18th. Damn, so on the Wednesday. Shit. I ain't trying to like. It's like I don't want to spend so much money on getting a because I'm probably just gonna go for like 3 days, right? So like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and dip on the Monday morning. I don't know. But are you going? Anyone else in chat going to TwitchCon? But this is double. Okay, I want to get. I mean, actually, though, I'm going to VidCon next year for sure, 100%. We're getting a crazy VidCon place, a crazy place. Wait, no, I make. What the fuck do I make here? A bucket? Wait, I kind of have to. What the fuck? Yo. This is weird. Go back and kill the golem. $68, yeah, same here. It's like $60 for me. Round trip. What Spirit Airlines? I mean, do I even care about Spirit Airlines enough? I have a voucher for Alaskan Airlines. Wait, why was your flight $700? What? Okay. Am I dumb? They already have flipped the whole time. Oh, this guy uses obsidian. I hope that screws him over. Monkus. Oh, good song. W song. Bro. Hey. Hey. Hope you song. Wait, what? Is this, wait. Interesting. Okay, I'll give you 7 TV editor after this. After this run. Thoughts? Hello, baby Kim. Yeah, I got you. Send shit. Send sheet. Do I need a loot mana chest for the this string here? Dude, I'm not gonna 3-bet it. What? Oh my god, it went down. What? How? I'm sorry, I said your name wrong. Please forgive me. Help! Help! Oh, fuck me. Okay, we're good. Oh my god. Ew, like what is that? Whatever. I want this one. You're the worst. How can I block the universe? Ooh. Oh my fucking god, no way. Hopefully. So 20. That'd have been bad. Do you switch makeup in mind? You either want me to watch or want me to... Oh my god, Monkus. Yo, I finally stopped subbing to Twitch Turbo, and oh my god, the amount of ads, bro, I get on every single person's Twitch streams. It's like you can get... Someone can get up to 8 ads per stream. Like, bruh. Bean. Welcome back, Breaker. Oh, again. 136 is that way. Okay. Okay. Come on, bro. Three. Yo, what are these raw trades, bro? Two more at least. We here? All right. Two. Should be over there. I thought I threw my flint and steel allows, but he's so mad. What? No, 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 no. Oh no. Was I high? Was I too high enough? Wait, it says right here though. 1092. Oh, I'm like a couple blocks off, I think. I think if I dig down though, it should be good, right? Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, I was right. I'm off like 2 blocks. Yo, why are the creepers locked up, bruh? Free my boy creepers. Food? Dead end. W food. I have 4 apples. I didn't see that. My God. Okay. Why? How? Frozen phase. Like, is it... Am I going the wrong way? Could be this way, actually. Oh, wait. Wait, it's actually annoying. Oh, no. Wait. You want to know how to preemptive? Maybe. Maybe. Wait. I feel like I'm close. We're close. Yo, no way. Bruh. Okay, well. How's it going? What's up, Nero? Mid right now, mid. Bro, I've been here already. What? Did you learn? Yes, I've been learning a lot actually. Bro, fuck these bats. Useless ass mob. I think it's in there. I heard avoid jail rooms, right? Is it the one having to do with F3, right? Is that preemptive? Like literally the same thing, but oh, dude. Oh wait, I should probably go over there, shouldn't I? Bro, fuck off. This is the first place I went. Did I go up here? I did go up here. It's a different pie chart though. Oh yeah. Bro, Darren, these skeletons are in phase, bro. I hear. Wait, clear comes? I heard that. I hear it. I'm gonna spawn here. Might have been actually hidden. Low key. Oh, good. I don't think this other guy's not gonna find it either. I have no wood. Son of a bitch. I forgot to get wood. Oh my god. And it's a fuck. Okay, it's actually. Do I go up and get wood or what? What's the plan? Because I'm not gonna be able to go up. I guess that's like. It's fine. This other guy is not even in yet. He might have died low key. Wait, do people actually stream stuff, by the way? Like bigger streamers that are like. You see someone named Butter, they're a furry. Well, I know that already though. They are here. Butter. Dink donk. Nice, bro. W tree. W trees. W trees. W trees. W trees. My stream is just loading. Might be your internet, low-key. How high is this thing, bro? I'm okay. Well, like, what do I do in this situation? Hello, noob. Lizar. Hello. Like, I only have 3 beds. 12 arrows. All right, I know what to do. I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what to do. Hit every shot. Except the first one. Hello, Sugar Peaches. I said hit every shot. All right. Wait, I can't see Queen's message. What? Queen, you here? Bro, am I tripping? I have 8 arrows left. It's fine. I don't care. I'd rather get all the Gotta go. Gotta go home. Wait, where are you at? You at school? What time is it? Honest, not be honest. Jeez. Bro! I forgot I get fucking wood, bro. My last class just ended at 6 p.m. I'm in college. Bro. Honestly, W. Wait, you're watching my stream in class. Wait, W viewer, W viewer, W viewer, W viewer. That was fun. It's 419. Do I do one more and go to the gym, or do I just go to the gym now? I'm gonna do one more. $6:30. Do your professors like going to class? You should ask them. You should genuinely ask them. Okay, you know what? One more. Just one more for the road. One more for the road. One more for the road. Wait, Butter, you should play. Alright, if you're gonna drive, play my stream while you're driving, full blast. So when someone asks you what are you listening to, oh, you ask them that you listen. You tell them they listen to me. Easy. Uzi, wake your butt up. I go long. Okay. I'm pretty sure I just got to get this for chest first. Qndres, you love milk? Oh, I love milk. Bubble, you know how much I love milk. I love milk as much as I love you. I'm allergic to milk. Well, you know I'm allergic to milk, right? I mean, I'm not allergic, but you know. Please don't forfeit. I hope you don't forfeit. I want to lose fair and square. Please. Oh, so what have you been doing like the past days without computer? Binging Dexter. Wait, Dexter's Laboratory? W. Wait, bro watches Dexter's Laboratory. And I'm just pulling your tail. Yeah, one flint, okay. First flint's crazy. Yeah. Bro, why do these guys always want to just fuck? 2 minute 50, 3 minute leather. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. All right, Fortress. Hit the home port, I guess. 19. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. Don't shoot, don't shoot. How? Bob Blue, Bob Blue. My name is Bob Blue. I'm acting dead right now because I'm dead inside of me. Inside of me. I'm dead. I'm dead. Ubba. 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 Penis. I gotta go all the way around. Wow, okay. Do I gotta go all the way around? Where the f... Oh, I see. I'm blind. W? I'm scared. Help! Help! Oh my fucking god. Holy mother of God, please. Please help. Help. Jesus, man. Please. I'm literally giving you gold. Don't touch me. Okay. I got pearls, fire res. Probably need to go up for the other things. String. What's up, Bryce? What's up? What's up? All right, cool. Bro, they're mad at me. Is bro mining? What is bro doing? You're 24, right? Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wait, where did I come from? I didn't even come from that way. Oh, you know what I didn't loot? The bottom chest. Did I come this way? Please answer. I want to know, right? Wait, what? Me? I'm so confused. Talking to me? Bro, what? I think the guy's like doesn't know how to do their bash. Wait, Oki, what are you doing? Wait, Queen, you talking to me, by the way, with that? I'm so confused. Yeah, N24. Yeah. Wait, how old? I'm 24, bruh. 24. What? No way. Yeah, why? I thought you knew this already, Queen. Unless you aren't. I am. I'm trying, I swear. I don't know about all that, Timmy. I don't know, Timmy. It don't look like you're trying. Bro's still another. So an overworld. Is bro just extracting to the freaking thing? Blood's trying to find glitches. One. That's how ages work. Yeah, I'm older than some people. Some people are old, younger than me. I'm older than people. Yeah. Bob was younger than me. Bro's barely finding out about ages. Yes, Bob was 20. I think he's actually 21 this year. Wait, we can actually drink now. Where's that portal at? I just saw it earlier. I see it. Oh, I thought Bob was 19. No, he's 20. Bro is 20. Blood is 20. Oh, my arms, bro. I don't want to go to the gym. Dude, this mother trucker. Oh my god. Dubs. Where'd they go? Not it. Am I dumb or is that it right there? That is not it. Where did they go? Look, coming up right there. I think that's it right there. I was in the wrong way. Damn. Just in case. Wait, is that it right there? Rah, rah. Ba, 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 ba. All right, Julio. Why are you fighting me? What? Surely not. This is what you want. This ain't what you want. Should be over there. I fucking overthrew it. Oh no. I don't know where I'm at. Okay. Gotta dig 40 blocks this way. I'm just gonna stay down here. $164 from 20 blocks away. Dude, this is like literally watching NPC play Minecraft, bro. Oh no, 30 seconds. Bro. Okay. Bam. Great. Yep. I need to get that wood. I need to get that crafting table. I don't know why I just left it behind there. You don't have food? No, I don't. It's fine. This guy's like really behind. It says it's right here, but I don't see it. It's like 100% chance to be here. Am I off? Oh. Was I? Oh, okay. It was literally above me. Okay. I went too low, I think. GG's. Bro just forfeited. All right. Well, I'm just getting freaking NPC gold. This doesn't even count, bro. This does not count as me winning. I don't think so. All right. Oh man, I'm gonna go. I am gonna go. I am gonna raid. Who do I raid? Who do I raid? Okay, so I just won. Well, I'm going to the gym now. Who do I raid? Who do I raid? Who do I raid? Who do I raid? 5-hour stream. I know, crazy, right? I could raid 5 up. I'll probably raid 5 up. Actually, I want to read someone playing like Minecraft or something. Sure, I raid Feinberg. So much speed running, you know. Oh, I could rate silver too. I could look at rate silver. Fine, it's fine. All right, peace out, guys. Adios. I am gonna raid Feinberg. Thanks for watching the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. Join my Discord if you're new. Yeah, I already know. You already know the gist. Discord. There you go. Join that. All right. Bye. Have a good day. Peace out, guys. Peace, 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 peace.